We continue. 9th January, SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. We'd managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yeah, he completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Friend! I really wish we'd had a chance to look around Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why are you looking like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where the lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Neat. Anything new in here? First class cabin, number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, Cosmo's. Blah, 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 blah. We have seen this already. Why is there no check mark? Wonder if Inspector Hosanaga's managed to uncover any new clues. Probably should find him and ask. Yep. So it was new dialogue. Can't find anything out of place. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. She gave me such a very stern look when she said that. I ain't no murderer. I ain't done no murders. Yo, what's up, Rhea? Hosanaga's not here, it seems. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Yeah, what do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this? Alright. He was gonna talk to the captain about it, and he said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. My guy! Did you get slugged? Excuse me? Let's talk to you first. You. Where did you go? Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, I mean, the Seaman Hosonaga did. That no Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Okay, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take care of him for... We'll have to take him for a steak at a carnival. That could be a very long time from now in Naruhodo. Fair. New dialogue on this? Yeah, about the diary. 123, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 135, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Right in this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Cosmo left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We'll have to solve this mystery. Yes. Can I stop holding your hand now? No! I mean, if you really want to. I've been accused of murder. Lies, I've been accused of murder. That is terrifying. Ah, you're back. My guy. Your glasses. And nobody will listen, and everybody is an idiot. Jumping to baseless accusations. There's no accusations. I don't even know what I said. I feel like I said it wrong. Not holding hands with a murderer. I'm not a murderer. I didn't do it. What happened to you? Your faces. Please don't worry about it. It's not proven by innocent until proven guilty. Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, now we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. That explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Excuse me as I die for a second. Oh, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? It's still a person. Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there is very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. I see. Ah, there's one more thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector. Yay, blood. New information. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Cosmo's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae? Eh? Is it a constrictor snake? His neck was broken? I guess it's a constrictor. That seems odd, though. There are no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. But, like... wouldn't there be bruising on his neck? If his neck was broken? I guess it depends how. Still weird, though. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet. But the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. But they leave bruising. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. The venom. It's a possibility, and no obvious wounds to be left. Poor Kazuma. But, like, they didn't even find a bite wound. So... I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. My message didn't send. Weird. The Venom. Venom. Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? I said he squirted the venom into his mouth to commit death. Post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Let's read that. Victim, male, Far Eastern, time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Excuse me. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Well, if it's instant death, he couldn't have written the thing on the ground, so that wasn't him. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, wasn't he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept around about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I just imagine this man is like bent over at the waist, looking like face level with the ground, but feet standing up as if he's like standing up. So he's just like looking at the floor. And just walking normally. Like the old Scooby-Doo cartoons when they're like, when there's like a person instead of Scooby looking for clues on the ground. He could have inhaled something. Potentially. But they said his neck was broken, which I don't understand how it could be broken without a bruise. I feel like that would be obvious. But it didn't leave a mark, so I'm wondering how the neck broke without leaving a mark. It could just be an oversight thing, but I don't know. Maybe it's just wrong. Oh, the bones were, yes. It was when, yeah, the cervical vertebrae. So it's a vertebrae that connects to the cerebral cortex. Because, like, to me, that indicates somebody's neck was snapped that way if it didn't leave a mark, rather than, like, crushed, but it's broken. I don't know. I have many questions. Maybe someone just gave him a really big hug. Potentially. Just when he was over there by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Like, really big. Like, really bug. I read it as big. Like, really bug. Big hug. Bug is short for big hug. When it was when you wait. Huh? Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? That's shoe polish? Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark? Do you think? Yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then? Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. Or whiplash? Mm-hmm. That'd have to be some pretty extreme whiplash, though. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean... Is this mark made by the polish on Kazuma's shoe as they scuff the floor? A small piece of glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes were found by the victim's body. Maybe someone just had to look. Accidentally turns his neck into 180. It's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi. He was my responsibility. Some Looney Tunes stuff. Yeah. Of course. My pain is nothing compared to yours. You're his friends. Tunes. I got it. Truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing, too. Okay, so there's two things in here that are new dialogue. But let's look at this. Yup. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Wait, it says the victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow. Which just means they could just say it's broken and it's not. It could just be misleading. They do that stuff in this. So it's clear that these letters were written on the floor with ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly ambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question, who did write it? Not only that, but he was dead so quick. He couldn't have written it if it was instantaneous. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's the great detective, of course. It's hardly a reason, is it? No, it really isn't, given that I had to correct his deductions last time. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin are neatly arranged on a shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage, but you altered a crime scene. Not the books again. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. This entire room is untidy, Susato. Susato. Brain can't words sometimes. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. Only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there's something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. It's the briefcase. I believe there was Snake in briefcase. Until proven otherwise. These are the rules. Passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. It's almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Okay, is that everything? Ninth of January, SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. Ah. Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganov has gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us? All these Russian names are impossible to remember. You know one! Well, no, you know two. 3. I don't know what the fourth, the other seaman in there is called. But we know, Nikolina, Beef Stroganoff, and Borkovich, Borshovik, the assassin dude, or whatever. It's only 3. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-li-ra-li-ra-le. It did. I did it the great detective way. Oh? This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Stringy knot? Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Boop. Into the cabin. Oh, it's open. 9th January, SS Buria, first class cabin number 2. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Can I actually look around now? Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? When did you flip? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Huzzah! Alright. Ah yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized she needed to keep the contents of her case secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. She's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganov doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yeah. So do I. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know? Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Leave no trace. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes? Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. You don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Dingus. Absolute dingbat. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, so it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No. And the door is made out of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too. It'll stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing the thread through a crack around the closed door, either. Seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. You don't say. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night and she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Maybe a bit. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. It is for pet food! Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? We're on a boat? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Pet food. Meiji. I suppose every captain has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Just a tiny bit. There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Oh, Miss Pavlova only ran away from ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabinet for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. She was gonna say that. Thanks, I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. What? 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 What do you mean? I didn't ask you anything. I guess the trunk is the only thing left. Okay. Oh my. Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals on board the SS Burya. Wonder what kind of animal she had in there. This lady karate chopped the man to the death. No, if anything, she took him and threw him across a room, because that's what she's been doing to us. And he just happened to land against the wall, and then she's like, oh, wait, hold on, and then moved the body into the center of the room and made it look like an accident. 100%. And more to the point, where is it now? The vent. I forgot about the vent. So this ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin wouldn't notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That's a possibility. Anyway, last night Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Yep. They really don't want you to forget information in this. I guess let's go back to the cabin and see if there's anything in here. No? Okay. There we go. Maybe. You're so right. Wait, what new dialogue is on this now? Pavlova's cabin. Speckled band, snake to somebody with bad eyes, groggy or drunk. Yeah, it was like 1 a.m., so... Burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We can investigate every last inch of the cabin. Not far, but we could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Let's talk to the crazy British man. Or in the darkness too, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know where he is going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily-built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. I'm sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Ship's log has been entered into the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. That was useful. I'll give him that. That one was useful. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is. I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliance. Uh-huh. Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Third person. Did we all have chicken last night? Well, my friends, until our next encounter... He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just, well, I feel the same. Sorry. Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Person number 4. Why didn't she say something earlier? Did she say something earlier? Let's look in the new entry in the court record. Nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report. Beef stroganoff. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. What's that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile forward. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand chaos. Susato, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine, thank you. Naruhodo. Looks like we avoided the collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door quickly. What? The bolt? Oh. If all the books were toppled, that means the entire ship turned. And the bolt slid, so that meant before this happened, before something happened last night that turned the entire boat. All hands on deck. Maybe they had to brace for a collision or something then too, and everybody was out. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before, again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has been solved one mystery at a time in a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Now, actually. That was a very quick section. My first thought is this ship suddenly jerked, but a huge boat wouldn't shift that fast, and why is everyone acting drugged? Yeah, I think somebody drugged at least one of the meals that they were having last night. But if the bolt was loosely sliding back and forth, it might just need the angle to slide and lock in place if it was lined up properly. So I'm thinking that maybe the door wasn't locked, but because the ship had rocked and no one was there to unlatch the door, it then became locked to give it the appearance that they had to be stuck there. The door lock slid, came open, and knocked the guy. I was thinking, what if something fell on him? Well, he was sitting at the desk. What if he like fell back one way? But no, it opens the other way. Yeah. But the chest is flipped? Yeah, because it was on the chair. But this is also a different room. It's a lot of force. No, the entire cap. So we're on a boat, and they just turned like this to avoid a collision as they came to a full stop. So it went whoosh. Yeah, this is the next door cabin. Maybe a whale went under. I don't know. I literally think it was just they turned. They turned at a steep enough angle that it slid the lock closed. Because it's literally what just happened when they said brace for impact and they had to turn the boat. So I'm thinking everyone was drugged to the point where they don't know what happened except for the crewmen who were up, and all hands had to be on deck for a similar thing, and it just slid the lock closed on it. But nobody thought to think that, oh, there was a thing that happened last night, because no one's talking about any incident that happened last night, because I don't know, for some reason they're not allowed to have incidents that happen while their passengers are asleep. They're just being weird about it. 9th of January, SS Buria, Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath and then gently slid back the bolt. You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yeah, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Or the snake theory is real, and the captain jerked the wheel while trying to fight it off. Well, we're below deck, and the captain's wheel is gonna be, like, at least a floor up. I don't know. You're so lost now. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have saw the ship. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm. That's why the ship made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean when someone pressed that button outside? Ah. You wicked intruder, dressed all in black, you are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but a devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? No, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He is trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are a devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Wait. What if the ship knocked a poison into the batch of food in the kitchen? I think... I'm pretty sure the drugging would have to have been intentional. But, I mean, thinking stupid is more along the lines of this game is thinking logically and rationally, at least as far as the first series is. So, you could be onto something too. Or maybe not. I watched this entire thing just be a freak accident, and not even the snake was involved in killing Kazuma. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, and then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is... Or someone took the venom out of the snake, then dumped it into the chicken. Yes! I agree, this is the theory we were going with. No. No, I don't know what happened. I didn't think so, no. My theory is that the snake might have been, it might be a red herring, since the door wasn't even locked to begin with. I don't know what reason why the, this dude would have to come into this specific cabin and kill Kazuma and then write Russian words on the ground in ink with his dead body. But, you know, motive, I guess, isn't a huge thing. There's no way he could know who Kazuma is, could he? Like, oh. Because my thing is, why is there Russian writing on the floor? Why did somebody point to him? Point to us in the wardrobe? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. The snake is really smart. And the snake knows Russian. And wrote it with his tail. I want to say there was ink on Kazuma's hand, because it said that he looked like... Yeah, he wrote it with his finger. So the snake would have had to, like, grab his arm and make him do that. The snake framed him. Yes. This place is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things. You want me to show you where crawfish hibernate? Hiya! Susato, why are you throwing me? What do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me, and I was just starting to think she was my friend. It's a very smart snake. Is there anyone who can help me out of this mess? What's in the giant duffel? I don't know. It wouldn't let me examine it. Because this just examines the wardrobe. You've gotten yourself into a difficult situation here by entering this cabin uninvited. I mean, sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you the way to ship's prison cell. Ugh, thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and well... Enough, you are guilty. Ship's cell is only place fit for you. Maybe you did do it. You're the snake. Come on, there has to be someone. He's hanging on the wall like Batman, but I wanna get all the dialogue. Get out. Listen, I'm sorry we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate in here, help understand. I have no idea how to pronounce that. He didn't deny it. Well, he did trespass and he is a stowaway, but he didn't murder. It's no use. She's not gonna listen. I need to find someone who will. No, you? Oh, I did it? I'm the snake. Bruh. That's some Sherlock Holmes kind of logic right there. You didn't deny it. It must be true. Meanwhile, I just completely misunderstood the accusation. What the... What are you doing up there? Herlock, you're looking fabulous today, aren't you? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. I have not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not. Oh, have I not told you? As a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not. This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles? Naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. But... Ugh, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. I know, right? Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess, I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved. By me, naturally. Wait? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha, you have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. If it is Stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim, because everyone knows the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, that's what it's called. That's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. The locked room, that is point. The room was locked? Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from the outside cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. Or the headaches are just from undetected concussions from being jolted around in the ship. That honestly, maybe. Watch that be it, and it has nothing to do with the food. I'm a laugh. Like. Are we back? What the heck? Okay, we're back. But I would legit say that everyone has concussions from the ship being jolted around. Or from being jolted around the ship. I'd say it's a coin flip between that and, you know, a lot of the food was drugs last night. Kind of starting to lean more towards people's head are hurting because of the way the ship was moving last night. Now, what other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? Gahahaha. You think this is funny? I cannot even put arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? That's not possible. Ah, but it is! And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words of Kazuma-san wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill? Precisely, my dear madam. But what does that mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that peculiar conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Yeah! With the... Snake! Stroganoff. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have called it the Striped Band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is the time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. Stroganoff. It's like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. Oh! Is the snake coiled around his head the reason why there's like weird lines on his head? I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. Oh, there's the snake. Yeah. Welcome back. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The game is afoot. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected. Another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in quandary. He has no fangs, Sherlock. Or Sholmes. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of us. Excuse me, speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking do not fit that description in any way. Is there a second snake on board? What explanation can we then give, pray? What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to concede can only be the snake's slog skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? That's not how scales work, I don't think. I could be wrong, but I don't think they shed their pattern to have a different pattern. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator, visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. She escaped through the vent. The sash is trailing behind her. She fits. Is rare breed of snake whose marking change each time it slogs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. I'm willing to bet he's wrong here. And Mr. What's his name? People. No, it's not in people. Violin Borshevik. I'm willing to bet he has a pet snake that is a speckled. But also, she could have stolen a rare snake like that from where she was performing. So, again, coin flip. Moving on, we come from the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to the data, which I have been appraised... I want to stop yawning. It would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. No? Now, if we take that as fact, which... Stream keeps farting. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Nor could there be. Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. Like a window. There is no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays you the hiding spot place. Betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend? To train? Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and waited. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to have not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? Hut, he's squealing. It's not true. Having slithered down through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. You've lost me, Sholmes. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. I beg to disagree, honestly. You had me in the first part. That concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Can I correct any of that? Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk, the promise of food that is key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. No, not you too. I don't believe him yet. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. You only have one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk? Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. so I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter, no doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madam, what of tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snake that danced to the sounds of flutes? I think perhaps performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their belly to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs, they're gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Boop. Course correction. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that is true. She looks as though Kazuma's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that right? She was in love with the dude who died? No, they hadn't ever met. I don't think. And it was secret. No? I don't know. But you're not sure Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment. Really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look, that looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Wait, so is her pet not a snake? Is her pet like a cat? And fairly recently too, or a weasel? Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. that it? It's not really giving me much else, so I guess.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Was she attacked by a snake? As well, in her, like, pet fended it off? A mouse, rat poison? Oh. I don't know. It was it was a jumping mouse. Like from Coraline. Ballets and circuses are close enough. Indeed, a simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you, in fact, receive that scratch? The other mother is behind this. Holy... Sometime last night. And I think about the young man who died next door. I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it's that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that pretentious night? Quite naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. No. It seems likely the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet with which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What is the true identity of this friend of hers? Should follow her gaze. That's where we'll find the answer. Kitty? Her friend is Seaman Stroganoff. There's no doubt, is there? She looked in this direction. Straight at Seaman Stroganoff. Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts. But I can't imagine how I could possibly fit through that ventilator. Don't forget that I managed to fit inside Cosmo's trunk when we first boarded the ship. I would ask what that proves, but I think an equivocal little smile would be more effective. Right, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It's the teapot. The teapot is her little friend. I have a feeling that it was this teapot that Miss Pavlova's eyes flickered over to before. Unless she's in love with him. You think this is the friend she's been talking about? Well, we're all different, aren't we? Whatever we might say about it, if that's the way she feels, I don't think I'll say anything about it then. You and the teapot can discuss it instead. Is that a cat in the photo? Yeah. It's a kitty. Wait, that's not what I meant. Okay. A photograph. Kitty! Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. It's obviously a cat, yeah. Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look. Little kitten. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova's cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it? Vie with you? For the oh. Naruhodo-san for the blackest outfit. A black kitten. From the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Present. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear? Is it made out of her fur coat? No, I don't think so. I think it's a little big for that, Rhea. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't as clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? And the beard? Okay, it might be the beard. Tests haven't come back positive on that one, though. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, she had scissors. No. Specimens marking do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, Ray? What was this slight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Oh, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have to answer this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Is that just like a cat toy? It's a cat toy, isn't it? Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. Why would you not just keep it in your pocket? Yeah, if she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Yes, toys like that are Mr. Shulman's specialty, is ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. Surely, was that the chicken? Was that chicken really a chicken? The mysteries keep adding on. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Snake ate the cat. Mirror? Wait. It is just a cat toy. Well, it's speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. That looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
Snake ate the cat. Kitty, no! The cat went after the things hanging on the walls. Maybe the cat was climbing the rope. That's honestly the bell strands. That's feasible. Yes, the thing you were trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. It was this toy that you had dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presumed. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. Her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin. Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blightsome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photography of your pet, Miss Pavlova. The photo has been added into the court record. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Can I just object to your claim with the post-mortem report, my guy? Moving on, we've come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the Venom's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma's body. That's right, but Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. It would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other. Sure. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. The big guy killed the other guy because he's in love with the Russian girl because they're exes. What is the storyline you're making right now? Just interjecting a love triangle into this. They were fighting over her. I don't even think Kazuma knew she existed. If anything, it would make more sense that he killed him because Kazuma didn't know of her existence and was living in obliviousness to it. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction now. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Piss?
Yes!
He's polishing his shoes? An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I now carry as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the shoe polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not too hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No. I don't know. I don't know anything about these. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama's merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But, and if that's part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, and if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Ms. Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be some way. Here somewhere. It's not the tiara. Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san, it's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. He's a dingus. This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? Paperback is perhaps the first happens. Not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, hey, it is in there. I've looked in there twice. How have y'all not seen that? Is it... It wasn't just thrown away in there now, was it? Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, then perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
Yes! That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see... Oh, it's Darka's bell. As you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of the glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket? Or did he trip over the kitten? He tripped over a cat and broke his neck? Is that really what happened? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. In that hushed Russian... I don't know, in that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell would be this.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. Amazing. At least Mia's death was a murder in the first series. This was an accident? Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratches me and jumps out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed to have Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, tried to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it was safe to try and lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator to the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly.
but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... RIP. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Burya is a large vessel, but even she can pinch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. But that still leaves, like, why is wardrobe written in Russian on the floor in the other room? Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing aboard the ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Kurosoko. Hirosco. Hirosco? What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from Cape when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha, we are at sea for 1 year. You want me to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuous venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Hero's Code does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him, and you feed him? What? Milk, I suppose? Ha. Like they say, milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Hirosco eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Mushkas. So... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else am I going to catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous? How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirozko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. But what about the Russian word on the ground?
There's still, like, what's with everyone's headaches?
Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed to everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? I agree. Yes. To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I can. I can put Cosmo's finger on it. Would that help? I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Bruh. Why? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes, Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. Can you take these manacles off me, please? The key to this discrepancy is in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. How the scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. Well, we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense that if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. Evidence is right here in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't have possibly been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death is no mere accident. Take this.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native tongue, Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead.
What?
It's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What?
So Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting the message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. The only thing I can think of is nothing to report.
Yes!
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? I'm starting to see how Cosmo's death really happened, I think. I think that you're starting to see nothing of the sort, and that was the evidence to prove it. It was no accident, then what should we be looking for is one of two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Most compendiously put, my dear madam. I see. Confess you're rather languid. I see doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does, anyway. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. Or the absence of something that should have been?
Is it the cat bell?
Yes!
Something tells me that wasn't it. Oh, it was. Piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. That's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half and the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, it's a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened. Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in the cabin? Oh yeah, you're right. I was right without knowing the reason why. That's fine. I'll take it. Yes, remember what we found on the other half of the glass? See, like, my thought process was, why was it only split in half? Which kind of doesn't make sense. Hi, Rhea. Yes, I remember we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Well, no. Both the pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in this cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah. Yes, there was someone else present when in Mr. Asogi's... You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Ah, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Yes. And the only person in the cabin was the young student who died. Was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Finally, he's on our side. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half the bell behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The girl picked it up. Maybe. I'm still thinking it's like the assassin guy who's like clearly, hey, there's an evil guy on board the ship. I could be wrong. He could be on a different ship. She didn't have time to leave. I don't know. Not sure. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. Well, if it was so dark that she couldn't see, how could she see to write on the floor? Like, because one half was picked up. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff?
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of the ship's band.
I like my love triangle theorem better.
It's a pretty good theory. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin? But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Give me your tooth. It is possible. It might not be what happened, but it is possible. Give me your tooth. Well, this is most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? If you're a great detective, you should know. Look, truth in eyes. Captain Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Нет, it's impossible. Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can often open and close them from the outside. You literally said this could not work yourself, and now you're saying... Fred, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors as one would expect to find on any modern steamship, constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight. No threads, or needles, or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind. Method I have been used before. I don't believe it. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo? I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes? Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Telling signs, the method that was used to this, because everything's shifted over. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? Must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. And when the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, that's what's known as the force of inertia acting on objects. Is there nothing, Sasusu? Is this Japanese girl the friend and the dresses were hers? The Russian girl? They don't know anymore? No, the Russian girl is just some, Susato is just a person that came traveling with, Kazuma and Ryunosuke. The Russian girl is completely out of the picture from that. There's a couple of continuous characters that go through each story. The friend was the cat.
Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolts on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into the cabin not long before. We hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Well, it sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. So the snake really did eat the cat? I don't know. We don't know where the cat is. Maybe, but Stroganoff said the snake's angry because it's hungry, so I'm assuming no? That's it. When the ship stopped, suddenly the bolt flew across the locked door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed, or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Or are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? That's why everything fumbled. So it's not, Yep. It wasn't, a sign of conflict. Or, whatever it's called. When something happens to make it look like there was a scuffle or something. That makes a lot more sense. And the long, high-pitched sound could have been the cat. Long, high-pitched sound? What? You mean the whistling that was heard through the ventilator? Or the latch sliding? They mentioned it early. I don't know what you're talking about. And you said teapot? Oh. Oh, the whistling? The whistling was literally, Nina looked like whistling for the cat. No, it was the girl whistling for her cat to come back through the ventilator. They explained it. The SS Buria made another emergency stop. That makes way more sense. Yeah, they explained it after the fact. Or after you had said teapot, I thought. Could have sworn they did. I thought you were just making a joke that you thought it was the teapot. Because you had to go AFK. That's fair. The SS Buria made another emergency stop. And I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin. I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves deliberately, knocking everything over. Oh yeah, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made an emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? The cat was driving the ship! Yeah, move out the way! Unless you're saying the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, is it simple enough?
Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside, used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookouts alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button, one that is almost compelled to press. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Yo. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the entrance of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Wait, did Sholmes just press the button without there actually being an emergency? Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with sheep? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure that all that can wait until later. He gets his own bus. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You're idiots. Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency stop happened last night. We have evidence to support the idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency... This thing. Because he stopped reporting. Nothing to report about the time of the murder.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. It is your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, is that right? Duh. That is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau, in the passageway out there. But as the responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, nothing to report, every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing was recorded in the log. And that is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? No. Indeed, sir, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting? He fell asleep and got sunburnt. Where are the lines on his face? Yeah, he got sunburnt while this... Well, no, because the sunburn lines are from the snake constricting his face like that.
It would make more sense if the sunburnt lines were the places where the snake wasn't. But they line up exactly with where it's, like, held. Or where it's, like, squeezing his head. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? But it didn't coil that high of spiral incline. It only showed his left eye. It looked exactly like that. Hold on. I'm just saying stuff. If the snake was suffocating him, he'd be dead. Especially for that many hours, and they tried to go for the neck. Yeah. No, but this is what it looks like. So... it does kind of line up a lot better. Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. It's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning, we have all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I have a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Oh. I can't really remember everything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes, sorry. But the stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Everything just got sloshed last night? Oh, everyone just got sloshed last night? Yeah, for sure. Oh, well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? They drank too much, surely. For sure. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Right, because if everyone was like really freaking sleepy, how the heck was Kazuma up at 1 in the morning? Except for the fact that he just didn't eat. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. So it was drugged. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so that no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Sholmes means. What far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of the passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible, unless every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What, Mr. Sholmes? Well, Seaman? Darn that NyQuil chicken. Darn it to heck. Don't you know, it's just chicken in general. NyQuil is made with 99% chicken. I'm sorry to say that any more deception into this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. Clueless. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. What are you looking like that for, Stroganov? Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She's his daughter. Ah. I mean... potentially. I don't know. She threw everything. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I was thinking it earlier. Yeah. I didn't make that connection. I just thought, you know, unrelated, just because they were part of the same crew. That was the attachment, because sailor crews tend to have close connections with each other. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in the waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel aboard. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. while all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion, their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. First thought the other day was the buff guy. Was it because he kicked the victim's butt or something and he's an a-hole? What? Well, I mean, pretty much everyone in this game is super obstinate. Like this mean sailor. Yeah, and pretty much everyone in this game is obstinate and jerkish until they're proven to have some flawed logic in what they're doing. I know neither of those numbers. Over defensive, so I was like, him. Oh, you're like, Yeah, pretty much in every single case, everyone's going to be over defensive about something related to the case. It's just kind of how the writing goes. Now it seems that there was an overdose for the guy who died. There wasn't an overdose for the guy who died. The guy who died didn't even eat the chicken. The chicken was what was drugged. No, the chicken was drugged. He didn't eat the chicken. It was still a murder. We're trying to figure out how the emergency stop got pulled, or like when it got pulled, so that the writing could have been done. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. But of course, just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. This is making me want chicken. Nom nom Jimkin. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life that night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know anything about any of this. I am just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything.
Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But can't you hear such call with your ears? No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Forgot this girl's supposed to be really young. Yeah, she's 15. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we, by tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death? What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Yeah, precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh, hi. Ink stain? Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain, and an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. Look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Wow. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes. I don't know where that dirt comes from. I don't think his nose is the right shape to be this guy. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform is... Womp.
Yes!
This is really satisfying to have it done right the first time. Present your school pin? I need to. Hold on. I'll do it on the next one. Yes, this photograph and the ink shows it. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh. The penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word for the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink.
And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exactly same color. Of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. Oh, do I not get another chance to present the pen? Darn it. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed the button to make Burya do emergency stop and bolted cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Why did you have to kill a man to do that? Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. He was on duty patrolling passageway. Let me actually, just because I'm curious, when's the last time? This should be the autosave. I have not manually saved recently enough. Drat. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was like white sheet. She was white like sheet. Beef, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on the floor. What? What happened here? Please don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in the cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Beef, please. No, chicken! Then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened it to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Duh. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last? Something very, very nearly slipped my mind.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly, and the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck and broke his neck. Which part of the photograph print seems unnatural? Well... the writing?
Yes!
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma, so if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it is not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. I meant to identify another point. Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appears to have done, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion. How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. If Kazuma tripped and fell by some sort of terrible stroke of bad luck and broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? The fact that his fists are closed, because if you fall and you want to catch yourself, you spread your hands open. Right?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. His sword. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Unless he was knocked unconscious before impact? But then, if he's holding it tight, like something was clenched there, like he was holding on to something, and he was knocked unconscious, or fell while holding the sword. Yeah, I would, because like, your hand would at least slightly relax. It wouldn't be balled into a fist. It would be like, meh. He apparently had something in his hand. Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I've seen that before. In something. Where have I seen that before? Or unless I'm like thinking of frickin' Baldur's Gate. College pin. I'm not presenting anything right yet. I just opened the court record. Oh, are you saying like it's his college pin?
moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. That's what I'm saying. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Cosmo's clenched fist? It's the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Oh, it's her earrings. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It really is tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off? So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches it to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Boom. I feel like either would've. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broke, I suppose. What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. Huh? I don't believe it. I don't believe. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. I called an affair. In other words, last night, Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? JK, unless... Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, were you right? What did you do to Kazuma? Oh, my. The truth socked her in the face. Just went, pow. It wasn't murder. It was love. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away in the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge... And then, when I was at last in this cabin, and I could relax after this horrible long day... Darka, wait! He was showcasing... Ma'am? Not yet. I don't think that made it, do you? Oh. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with A little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. Clunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka. And he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Oh, of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina? Huh? No. I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? The guy tripped and fell trying to get I don't think that's it. Hi.
Do you want it?
Ramen. Thank you. Oh, can you take these up, please? Thank you. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull the cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? And then it happened. Everything at once. I was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... No. Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. The cat pulled the tassel. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." No need for help, just a kitty wanting to play. So you decided to help, and that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there, and then I found Stowaway. in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, and that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote that word so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway. Wouldn't an arrow have been better? And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished Joe by pressing emergency alarm button by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin to slide shut, creating a locked room mystery. Cat scratched hand while running out of arms? No, the cat scratched her hand just before escaping into the ventilator. So the first time it ran away. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain you pushed him, isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? I see. Oh. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. It seems hard to maneuver, but not impossible. What? Okay. So before he could pull the bell cord, I may I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done yet, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed whither the man's gaze? No, they were not. He was walking away. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still, that cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So, this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Cosma? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there is one thing I've learned today, it's that simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths, and not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from his path, what exactly was Cosmo looking at? The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. Still want chicken. If only I hadn't eaten the chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only he had woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy never would have happened.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's a great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Sogi's exact words that last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Sogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Sogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova? I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But, unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I am so sorry. Oof. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. 9th of January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria First Class Cabin Passageway. Wow, he got cleaned up rather fast. All they wanted was a kiss. What happened to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she'd be able to. She ran away, and so now she's in exile for life. I don't know if that's how that works, but okay. I see. I'm sorry.
semen stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel no matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friends. I will go with Mina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to Consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. To think that only days ago Cosma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? I didn't know you'd returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. No, she cry. I still can't believe this has happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain, so many dreams. Now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth, that it was just an accident, just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much. It's just too much. Yeah, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector? My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you. What? Wait. What? Huh? Sholmes? What are you doing? Yes, I am surprised. Why am I cuffed again? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that, in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It is distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. Is this how I'm getting to Britain? Under the premise of being a stowaway, so I have to go to Scotland Yard? Thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it is a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in the sauna. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. But wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be. In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is 1 lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I have a month in which to study to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I will work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. Anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. It's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. True. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? Said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector.
We're going to England, land of the beans.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. We need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a warrior?
I would be delighted to help. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo-san?
I'd like you to take charge of this.
What, me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Sogi clan for generations.
Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask you two. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. Fair. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-san's closest friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the— No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me and do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently, it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of combatant arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. Here he goes dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on this technique of your arresting throw? Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Thank you. Of course. Is she throwing me? Why is she throwing me? Sorry? Hey. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness.
scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. Its name compels the wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. Oh, on that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what it was. Unfortunate. Egg. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital. End. Why don't we go ahead and start chapter 3? No. Get back here, eggshell. Heck. Well, I'll be finding eggshell later. That's fun. The runaway room. Tally ho, to Great Britain we go!
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
The 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Are we inside a clock tower? There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example of this has quite a different impact, don't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san. The Supreme Court, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead we are here in a different capacity. His envoy is to report the news of Kazuma's death. Yes, and having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh my. You look imposing, sir. And I don't know if it's just the British attire, but you do not look like a good guy. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour and 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it is an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. I can present things. I am a defense lawyer. I don't have a student badge anymore, I just have this. Ooh, what does this say? The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look. Kazuma Asogi. So is his band, of course. He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. Is there anything else on it? These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they're a mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. Neat. I'm a fake lawyer. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. Would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now. Wait. Can I present people? No. I want to examine the room. This must be Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know, that's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. And just look at the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. They're books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about the Lord Chief Justice. I'm asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's thought best abandoned. Fair. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're, yes, suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know about, Miss Susato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tone? Clearly made a contract. This is some kind of clock?
Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. Those gears are larger than anything you could find on a steam locomotive, even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his, Lord Chief Justice, I mean? Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs these size. I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Thank you for the hydrate, Rhea. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I am lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor into London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student. It's kind of me. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see it's true. And it is with some regret I must inform you that the death of a young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you wish to just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then, the moment of truth. Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, or Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, really isn't going well at all. I can't just seem to find the words to say this, the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? There's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer. It's... just in case it makes me have to repeat a bunch of dialogue. I'm gonna choose the stupid options. Actually, there's no one. Never mind. Goodbye. It's only been 40 days since Kazuma died, and yes, I've studied as hard as I possibly could, but can I really stand before this terrifying man and claim that I can do the job? Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Of course, only one lawyer. Oh, but I'm not sure if I can stand before this terrifying woman and claim that I can't. I'll end up upside down on the floor if I do that. Not that I'm scared of a Susato takedown, obviously, but perhaps I should change my answer. It's me. I can do it. Wait, okay, so it doesn't give you the chance to... Okay, well, we're gonna go see what happens if we're like, it's her, and I'm the assistant. It can probably only be, yes, Miss Susato. An unusual introduction, but I presume you mean this charming lady beside you. You're a lawyer, are you? That look she's giving me, after all the days of hard work she's put in to help me study, I can't let her down now. I think that's quite enough joking, don't you, Lord Strongheart? My real answer is, it's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before, only once as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe, not what you might call a full education. Perhaps to become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, but you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about, and I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to send me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you good instead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks.
So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Osogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Test me! So, what form will the test take exactly? Thank you for the hydrate, Rhea. Wow. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said, so let's have you defend someone. Oh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's murder, isn't it? It's a murder trial. Only thing we got experience in, baby! Murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am Lord Chief Justice. I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Osogi? I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I'll do it! Murder's the only thing I got experience in doing. I phrased that wrong. I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over.
Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato. But what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock might be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do the job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. What? Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time here? Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Hey, look, it's Cosmo's thing. Miss Susato, can I just ask you something? Careful. From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts immediately. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Wait. Oh, converse. What to do? Miss Susato, can I just ask you something? No. Same thing. That's funny. I've already examined everything here. Okay, moving. The Old Bailey. '18th of February, 9:45 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. Thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard?
Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were gonna die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for the defendants is to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was about to be the one crushed. Yes, whoever that man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, aren't they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So how much do yous need? We're just here to... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. And all while in a strange faraway land. Oh, way too full. Did you eat it too much again? Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand. Yums. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds, whether a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the wrong. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about the thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there, in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It is called Gilded Park. Full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park to central London? A city of smiles, that is my vision for London. There's nothing McGilded wouldn't do for a city, and it's queer old people. And it's queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with London police? With the London police, I ask you. Huh? Oh. Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. People fed. Mr. McGilded, there's one thing. The thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'd do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. People that sad. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. I'm sorry. I know what you're thinking. This character of fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why in the blazes can't he hire the finest London lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only... Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well... No. Not at all. Although, it is just a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? Well, that would be the fault of the Reaper. I'm sorry, did you just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak Van Zykes. He's the prosecutor. Prosecutor? Is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zykes stands for a prosecution, they call the accused sacrificial lambs. Oh. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? I eat it too much. So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in the defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak Van Zykes. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. What's going on, my guy? I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yeah, something that Cosmo never would have allowed. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Cosmo. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this.
I wonder what the judge looks like. 18th of February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. It's a panel? Is that the jury? So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? Just so different. It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. Weird stuff. It feels so both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. My tummy hurts. Oh, poor Waya. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Oh, no. My eyes, they're bugging out. Again. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. What? Oh, Count Dracula? What is this? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this courtroom to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now, I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Ghost sad. What is this? Why are the tears green? Why is he white? Is it Ghost because Halloween? The prosecution is fully prepared. Yes? Okay. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. Really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. 7TV Global for Halloween. I see. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. It's Dracula. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. Oh. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. In the quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow is a student from some little island far off in the east. Some little island in the far off east. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Fine gentleman of one. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, may we please go play in the McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
I'm sure I need hardly to remind you that you 6 members of public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Is he called the Reaper because he rigs the jury? Is that why he's never lost a case? Because that would be really sucky. Also, why does a juror have a knife in court? Why, since when are weapons allowed in court? And why does this man have an upside-down horseshoe? That's just bad luck. And he's drinking. She's distracted and knitting, so I don't know how reliable she's gonna be. This lady takes herself too seriously. She doesn't want to be here. This man looks like he's just doing his job. I don't know. He's dressed nicely. Has a nice rose. Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always said we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha, any criminals here should be wishing they never set eyes on me. Stenographer, I guess. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, these people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. My neck don't want to pop. Sag. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I am sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Prosecutor Van Zykes. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today, of all days, to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones here who weren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. Oh, that guy is you. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as a thrice-fired mason. Sorry, thrice? The Ryan guy? He's a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Ryunosuke?
Thrice means 3 times.
The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time.
Like, twice is 2 times. Yes, I understand.
A dagger that has been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
No, I was just reading dialogue. Ryunosuke said sorry thrice. Literally, it was just in the dialogue. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that in the photograph as evidence. It's because you used your voice. I've just been using my voice for Ryunosuke because the graininess of it is a little bit too tiring on it. The report prepared by Scotland Yard, cause of death, internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. Report has been added to the court record. Knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partially obscured by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord, is that blood, counsel?
Yes, my lord, seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGild's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. Leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There's a blood stain on the right glove. How did I get into this?
I don't know. But let's look at things.
And Japanese lady is a huge help to me. Lord Chief Justice who wields absolute authority in judicial matters, including the appointment of lawyers. He is a thoroughly intimidating man. Yep. Here we go. Magnus McGilded. The defendant in this case, he's an incredibly wealthy philanthropist with a wonderful reputation in London. I am to defend him as a test of my worthiness to become a lawyer. Barak von Zykes. Prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Supposedly the soul of those he prosecutes are eternally damned one way or another. She, the main character, can date, never mind. Yeah. I don't know how old I am. In this, or how old Ryunosuke is. How old is he? I am curious. The other Mason is 54. So he's 23 by the end of the series. Great Ace Attorney. Interesting. Victim, a skilled but poor brickmaker who lived in the East End. And then court record of things. I'm a fake lawyer. How old was the victim? 54. But autopsy report. Thrice fired Mason. Male. Occupation, brickmaker. Time and cause of death. 15th of February. 10 p.m. through 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen whilst with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Show college pin as evidence. I don't have the college pin anymore. I have Kazuma's armband that signifies him as a law student. Thrice fried. No, fired. One of his buttons is missing. But it's fired because brick. Yeah. Blood. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of crumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand earlier. Maybe he lost it in the fryer. Ink! It's just red ink, guys. It's just ketchup, you know? He spilled some ketchup on his gloves like you do when you're cooking. He just didn't clean it off, so it stained. Pity if only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. These two look like brother and sister, never mind. Well, they're from the same area of Japan. Thank you for the hydrate. I backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only two passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only two? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Ding, ding, ding. Rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep?
It's the motion of the carriage, my lord. Litwin, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? Wasn't about to start worrying about the gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man the hand. So the blood got into the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. Right? That's not all of it. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. What?
We're in a carriage, though. I'm confused. Did people, like, see it on the window as they were passing by?
Order, order, order. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. There were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It is the nail in the coffin for the accused.
How do you have witnesses? They were the only two in the carriage.
I need answers!
Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring in the witnesses at once.
All of them at the same time?
Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beepo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's first, ladies first, lady first. I make hats for gents. Lady first.
Okay. That's a name.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present and stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How are you so cold? We're inside. Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
What the witnesses saw.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Unambiguous testimony, I must say.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of a moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the eastern nations was a good century behind ours. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Oh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, oh, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yes? The omnibus bus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Yeah, it's pretty small. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another of 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architectures and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And should I point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Why were they looking through... What? Did the guy scream? Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. I don't... Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I never experienced the crime scene itself to be brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. His toupee is falling off. That's funny. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Omnibus. 8-seater omnibus was the scene of the crime where the passengers are both inside the carriage and on the roof. Where there were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. Can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let's continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of British courts' cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. What the witnesses saw. We're going to the court record before anything. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible.
Oh, we can just open it up and look inside. This is dope. This is cool. That's a poster from the Great Exhibition. It's due to start in 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, and the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Thinking about it, this is probably a good place to stop, because I'm going to be coming back to this tomorrow. So I think what I'm going to do... I'm going to save here. And then I am going to end stream. Because I don't believe anyone I want to raid is live. Nope. Okay. See you, Rhea. Thank you for hanging out for so long. I really appreciate it. And if you're lurking, thank you for lurking. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, whatever it may be where you are. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thank you for the hydrate. See ya.